Hello everyone, welcome to our second episode of building the church management system. And in our previous episode, we just looked at the introduction and we started the app. In today's episode, we are in a good spot and I want to show you what we managed to do, okay? So we went ahead and did about 3 or 4 things. The first one was actually working on error handling, more especially with Axios. It is not really easy to propagate errors from the backend. So as you can see, I have an API here, and if you see, when you have these errors like 409, more especially, and this. So when you are creating a new church, if I just go to create new church, you have these errors, the 409. Now this error, to propagate it actually and get it on the client, it is not easy, but we looked at that error handling and together with the validation rules, okay? So that was the first thing that we looked at, and I'm going to demonstrate that. So to show you that in action, I'm just going to click on create new church. I'm just going to try to create a church that already exists, okay? Like this one. So if you just go ahead and put the name of this church that already exists, I just create new. I'm just going to add this name of the church, and I'm just also going to put the this. So if you just try to create this, it should now propagate and give us a very nice name like this. So now this is church title already taken, and this comes from the backend. And then if I just like change this, I say, by the way, did you see when I typed it cleared the errors? So I can just say, and I say good. Now this subdomain is also is so unique. So if I try to create, but with this, now you can see we are validating the subdomain, okay? So I'm just going to go back here in a second. Then we looked at React query. Just know everything we are doing in the system is based on React query. And more especially now, the errors, they are propagating from the backend, they go to the serve action, they propagate to React query, and they come back to this. This kind of flow is what people just get confused in between, but we actually just looked at that flow. Now, without further ado, let's try to create one. I'm just going to create one church called Christ the King. Like this is a common name, and here is going to be Christ. So if I try to put actually like the subdomain, remove it, you can see it is required. But also if I just say Christ and I put this, the King, so you can see as I'm typing, this gives me the errors in real time. Subdomain can only contain lowercase, so I'm just going to now write Christ the King like this, and let's create. So this goes ahead and creates the church, as you can see. Now if I click on this, it should take me to the subdomain for Christ the King. And by the way, you can see here we have the subdomain already, christtheking.romancatholicchurch.org. Like this is so cool. So if I just click on this, okay, and you can see it is loading, and we are on Christ the King. So this can be shared like in any other browser, you know. They can share this with the parishioners or anywhere, and subdomain not found, christtheking.org. I just tested it in another browser. The excitement is too much. Let me just try Chrome again, and okay, so here is working. What do you mean? Like, are you trying to say in this subdomain Christ the King does not exist? Go to rc.org. I'm not sure of what that means, but let's just try another time. Let's try another browser, the third one. So like, what do you mean https christtheking.rc.org in the other browser? Oh, okay. I think this it is something that has something to do with this browser. Okay, I was just worried, but you can see clearly in this here we're having it, and it is even actually SSL. Oh my god, this is so good. So in the next episode we are starting from this. Okay, in the next episode you're going to look at the subdomain login, subdomain homepage, subdomain dashboard. Like the church should be able to customize their page to look the way they want and everything, you know. And that's what you're going to look up in the next episode. Hello, welcome back to today's episode. So in today's video we are following our multi-tenant system where we are building a church management system. And in our previous episode we did a lot of things, including so if you just look at here, we did all these things in our first one. We connected even the domains. Now, one thing that we didn't actually do is implement the subdomain allocation. Okay, so this is what we're going to attempt in this video. I want to attempt the subdomain allocation. So if you remember, we created a page. You can see this page here. Okay, if I bring this, you see this page is under churches, super admin churches. So this page we can easily find it by going to super admin, and then in the super admin you can see we have the components, we have user profile, we have also churches, and in the churches page is where we have the subdomain form. So this subdomain form right now, it has, if you click in the form, the subdomain form has two inputs. It has this the title input and the subdomain input, where we're going to put the title of the church and the subdomain that we need for that church. And so basically after creating this, okay, what I want is we can, of course, route to the church page right now, but in the future we are just going to route to where we have all the churches listing with their subdomains. But right now we just want to test. Now we need also to save these two things in the database. Okay, so I'm not sure if we had worked on it or not, but after submitting this, so on the form submit, here we have this serve action, which we might actually change in the future to use React query. For now, you can see subdomain form submit. This is a form, and inside here we have the state, which we have the create state, and this, and we are creating the subdomain form, which is gets the data. We are getting the subdomain and the title, and after getting this data, we're just going to sanitize it, do everything, and you can see we are sending it to the API of churches. Okay, data. So just say after this, you can see it is protocol, which is going to be HTTP or HTTPS, and then dash dash, then the domain name, then dot the root domain. Okay, so I think right now the root domain should be if you look at the root domain, so we just said process.env. If it is in production, the root domain is going to be public.this. If it is in localhost, it's going to be localhost 3000, the one we have right now. So the most important thing is to actually create this endpoint, and we basically have to do that. So you can see the data we have here. So quickly, I'm just going to minimize this and just go to the API, more especially the schema. So in the schema, we created here the church, and we have the name, and we have the subdomain, which is actually unique. So after creating this, I think we actually went ahead and pushed. I'm not sure if we entirely pushed, but you can just again check cd into the API. So I don't know if we entirely pushed, but it is very easy to come. Can I say npx Prisma? We can just actually just like check here and we confirm. So I'm just going to go back to this. I will stop the server and I will say npx Prisma db push and p npm dev. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and just to make sure that everything is up to date with this church here. And you can see that church has users, so people will be belonging to church, and even all other things we are going to add in the models, they will be based on this church. Okay, now what I want to do next is we need to create the endpoint. So in the endpoints here, you're going to see that we have some existing endpoints that you can look from or you can use to see. So if you just go here on the user, for example, we just need to define some schemas. Okay, so we just need some schemas. I'm just going to go here, and so if you look at the user, we need the schema file like this one, which has the validations. So I will just need a base schema. If I can just get like a base schema or something. Okay. Okay, so this one has a lot of things right now, but what I just want to do is simply go ahead and create the schema. So I'm just going to go inside the routes. Let's create a new folder, and I'm just going to call this one churches, and inside the churches I'm just going to start creating some files. We need just like 4 files, one for the schema. Okay, so if you just look at this, just going to have like church.schema.ts. It's going to hold the schemas. We need the second one. So the second one is going to be church.routes.ts. So this is going to hold all the routes. And then another one is going to be church.handler.ts. This is going to have all the handlers. And finally, we're just going to have church.index.ts. And this is going to hold the actual endpoints that we are going to create. So we start with the schema normally here, and you can just go ahead and say export const. So this is going to be like the church base schema, church base schema. So this is why we're just going to be adding things in the future. I'm just going to say this is going to be zod dot. So of course, first import this, and zod dot object, and then we're just going to pass in here. So the first one is going to have an ID, which is going to be z.string. Then we'll have subdomain. So you could just go in the schema, in the Prisma schema here, and then you just simply get these things that we have here. Like this, we already have the ID. So just going to go here, and this is what we need to put in the schema, these ones. So let's go to the name. So we can just come here to the name, and this is going to be z.string. Then we have the subdomain, which is also going to be z.string. Okay. Then of course we don't need the users for now. And then we have created at, which is going to be z.string also. And lastly, even this is z.string. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and put a comma here. So this is our base schema. Now from this base schema, we can actually create, like for instance, the create schema. So you can just say church create, the church create schema. I think we could just call this church create schema here, and in this is going to actually use, so just going to use the base schema. So just going to say church. This is going to be the church base schema dot omit. So just going to go ahead and omit some things from this, and just going to start with the ID true. And then inside here, we're going to have created at true. We'll have also updated at true, just like this. So we just have this. Now if you just look at it, it has church base schema. And if I look at church create schema, so far as ID dot omit export const church create schema. Okay, so if I what have I done? So this is z dot have this one. Now I expected need to not have these other ones. Here you have church base schema dot omit, and in the omit we pass in what we want to omit. Okay, let me just first create also the types. So export type, and I'm just going to call the church create maybe call it type or something. The church create types is going to be equal type, or is going to be z.info. I'm just going to use type of church create schema, just like this. If you hover here, so you can see if you hover here, we have the name and subdomain, only the two things that we need right now. Okay, nice. So we are done here with the this. Okay, there are some other things we will just see. Then we need the route. So in the route, I'm just going to go ahead and copy a sample of the route to simplify my life. So if you just go to routes here, I just simply need, for example, a create route. So normally it is just always the around here. We have the list, list members, get like that. So we have the create. I think this is the one. Okay, so just going to copy this one, the create, like this. I think this is create user. Yes, just going to copy this, and I'm just going to go ahead and paste it in my own routes, like so. So I'm just going to go ahead and start working on this. First of all, you can import the create route like this. Okay, create route. Now as Fox also confirm, because the create routes are so many, I can first go ahead and confirm that we're using create route from Honor Zod OpenAI. And also, just a second, is to see, okay, the create route, we have create from Honor Zod. You just see here what we have, Honor Zod. Yeah, so then we need to define the tags. For example, say const tags is going to equal to, so in this case I'm just going to put this is going to be church. Okay, and then the slash is going to be slash church or churches post, and this is creates new church. The description is going to be create a new church, okay, with a subdomain. So I'm just going to say with a subdomain. Okay, let me just add put here the power like this. Okay, and here just have the JSON content required. Get this one from Stoker, and I'm just going to go here and I say create. This is going to be create church schema. Did you just say create it? Did we export this? Just come here and make sure that all the things we have church base, church create schema, and even this, they are all exported. I'm just going to come here. Get this. Just get this one. Just going to paste it here, and it is here. This I'm just going to say this is church creation data. This is going to be like the church payload, church create payload. In here, then you can just go and get this. HTTP, so those ones you can just import them also from Stoker. So I'm just going to go here in the routes. Let me just copy this line. Actually, you can just copy all these lines the way they're here. Let me go inside this and let me add them here. Okay, nice. And now we just have the payload. For some reason, I still have this. I don't know if that is how it's supposed to be. It has this. Oh, okay. I think z.array object. I don't understand why it is having this behavior when I hover on it. Let me first go to see any other in the schema here that is using. Is there anything that is using omit or something? I don't know. Okay, let's first continue for now. Okay, then we have created. So we're just going to return the two statuses. Now, in this case, if you look at our endpoint that we have from the front end, so if I just go back here on the front, okay, so on the front end here where we have the web, and more especially where we have the serve action, I think we have somewhere, I don't know if just like the subdomains here. if you just look at the response, there is nothing we want from this response. Basically, we just want this one to create. After creating, you can see the redirect is actually done using anything that we have here. Okay, so basically I'm just going to return the ID of the created church. So I'm just going to go back to the API. Okay, I'm just going to go back to the API like this. And now let's go ahead and create the response, the success response. So in this case, I'm just going to create I'm just going to, because I'm just going to reuse that. Normally that response, I normally go to the rib, and where I have the constants, that sometimes when I actually put mine this side. Okay, there is for not found, not authorized, and all that. There are these ones which creates like which has only the message, and then we have, I'm not going to create that. What I just need to create right now is just a schema. Okay, I just need to create a schema for the created ID response, or I don't know, I'm just going to call it the, I'm just going to call it the ID, just going to say export const the post ID response schema. So in this, normally what I just normally do is I just return. So just say z dot object. Let's first get the z first dot object, and then in this object I return just like the ID, and this is going to be z dot string, just like this. I don't return a lot of things. I just simply return the ID of the created thing. So I'm just going to use this, and I'm just going to go down here, and I'll just do this. Okay, so here I'm just going to go ahead and user created successfully. Okay, so this is going to be church created successfully. Then we have this, the 422, the bad request here. For now, I'm just going to put the one for, I'm just going to remove this, or I can just say comment it out. Conflict, this one is for sure because we have unique, so we can have the conflict, because this conflict error schema also is something that we are going to reuse. So let me just check if I can see that within these users here. Okay. There is error response schema. Okay, I don't know if this is somewhere. Create user schema. I just want the one which has like some conflict. Okay, so we have conflict error schema is same as they're using this. We have like error. I think the only thing I just want to do is return the error. In this case, I'm not going to complicate it. I'll be using the code, and then I will also be getting the error. I don't want just to complicate this, so I just also go back to where I have the constants. Okay, where I have these constants, I'm just going to create. So we have the post ID response, post ID. I'm just going to add the word success response. Then I will just also create now the conflict error response, conflict error response. This is success. So this is going to return just one. It's just going to return the error. Actually, that's the error, which is a string. And I don't think I just need something else. We just need to return the error, I think. And then remember, every time you omit this, it has a code which is going to be like 407 or something. So I just come here. Let's actually also update this post. Let me see, how did we name this? This became this post ID success response. Now here, let me remove this. I'm just going to say conflict, which is 409, and I'm just going to call the conflict error error. So you can see conflict error response schema. So this one user, or you can just say church already exists. Church already exists. Okay, and then you can just come here. So in that case, actually we need to return that. So I'm just going to go here and I say unauthorized. So this I'm just going to first actually remove this forbidden. Just going to remove also this internal server response. Actually we are just ready to do that, and in that case I also just look at the error. So I think I should just get one error response schema that is going to be returning the error. So we have also this conflict error. Let me just see. So instead of just saying the conflict error response, I could also just say that this is going to be the error response. Wherever time I have an error, just going to return that error as a string, just like this. So instead, I will just use this. Then even here, I will just use this internal server error. Nice. So we don't have any complications. Let me just remove this and also remove this. Okay, so after this, this is the endpoint. I'm just going to proceed to the handler. So I will also just go ahead and get example handlers here. You can first go ahead and get all these things up here. There are those we don't going to use, like bcrypt, and then there are others, Prisma, and even these ones. So now let's go ahead and get the handler, example handler here. More especially like for create or something. So I'll just go ahead and check like the one for create user. Okay, the create user is actually here. So I'm just going to do this in handlers. I'm just going to go down here and I will say create church. So this is going to be create church. So there is only one thing that you have to do. Every time you create a route, you have to export this. So this one, we have to create it a create church. So create church like this. And in this, you have to export down here. So every time you have to export down the types. Yeah, so you can also say that this is the type. So export type create user route. So you export this route here. Okay, let me just go and create that in the church routes. So just going to say export. Okay, create. Okay, it's supposed to be a type. Export type. Okay, and then you're just going to create church route, which is going to be equal to create church route is going to be equal type of, and then we put the route, which is create church. Okay, just create church like this, and then this is the route that we are going to use in our handler. So here, like this. Okay, just going to remove all the things. So the first step is we have Prisma, and we're just doing this, get the Prisma in here because we're using Cloudflare. So just going to use data is request. We get the data from the request like this, c.request.json. Now in the first place, we can actually check for conflict. So here is awaiting checking check unique fields, but in our case, we're just going to just say that I don't need to do this. Okay, I'm just going to say we need to check for two things. Now we're just going to ask ourselves for the name and the subdomain. Now also the title, by the way, just go to the schema just very fast like this. The subdomain is a different thing, and it is not even dependent on the name. Like someone can have a very long name, then the subdomain. So here we're just going to have like this can be the church name. Does not necessarily mean that this is going to be the subdomain. So the name also has to be unique. Apart from the subdomain, even the name itself, it has to be unique. Maybe just behind the scene, I should generate like a slug from the name to be able to check for this. But we can just leave the name just like this, because the slug we might just not do much with it. So let me just also put the name here to be unique. Okay, this name also has to be unique. Even the slug, sorry, the subdomain. Normally we use the slug because it is generated from the name, but the subdomain is something which is different. The church name can be something like let's say here just going to have like Kamori, just have like Saint Gonzaga, Kamori Church, or Saint Gonzaga Kamori. Like this is the church. Okay, and then this is going to be like this is going to be Saint Gonzaga. Okay, or it can be Kamori. So Saint Gonzaga, just like this. So if this is the subdomain, and this is, you can see that they are not necessarily tarrying in any way, because subdomain sometimes, or the domain is going to be like really brief. So even the name, I think, needs to be, to make sure that there is not any person who has this. Okay, actually we don't even need to make it unique or something, but we can still check for the unique values. I can just leave it the way it is and just like go back to the schema here. So I'm just going to say await Prisma dot church dot find first. So here we're just going to use find first, and in here we just going to say where, okay, and then I can just say name is equal to data dot name, just like this. Okay, so after, if there is conflict, okay, if there is conflict, you just know what you're supposed to do here. So you only just need to return the error. So I'm just going to say error, and I'm just going to say that the church title already exists or is already taken. That's the only thing. The only thing is just like to put the conflict like this down. I'm just going to get the second conflict. So like this is the, I'm just going to name this to be the title conflict. So title conflict, and then so this is going to be title conflict title. So I'm just going to create another one. So below this, I can just do this wait, and this is going to be the subdomain conflict. So you can just say here the domain conflict, and I just going to be our Prisma Church find. So for this one, you can just say find unique, because it's just as unique, where, and here I'm just going to say subdomain is data dot subdomain, just like this. And now we can actually just now do a domain conflict, and this one you just simply say domain. You can just say here I'm just going to say subdomain already taken. Even here just going to say use. I'm just going to say already taken. Okay, so that's it. And then we don't need any of these. We just now go straight. If there is no any errors, we have go ahead and create the church. So the church is going to await Prisma. So this is going to be church dot create, and you're just going to simply pass in the data. Now here we actually going to say I'm just going to simply say data like this, and then I'm just going to say select ID, just like this. Now if you hover on this returns actually an ID only, so that now in my response I can actually simply say, because we said we simply return that. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and remove everything here and simply put the church, because the church, if you hover on it, is an object of an ID, and we said in our response this is the created, we return this. Down here for any errors, okay, we just need to return only the error. So just going to remove this and just simply do this. I'm just going to call this error. I'm just going to say failed create church, and that is it. As simple as that, very easily to create now. Okay, then now I'm just going to go ahead, and in the index is where we actually do the joining. So I'm just going to go ahead and add this create router. So we create from the lib. So let me just go here. It's supposed to be, and then we export it. Yes, so we create the router and export it. So I'm just going to go inside the index, create the router, which is create route, and then export default. So I'm just going to say export export default the router. Then within here we can just now attach different routes. How we do it is you simply call OpenAI, and then you just put the handlers. I'm just going to copy one of these ones, and I will just go back here and like this. So I'll just import, first of all, import. Okay, let me just, where we get this. So you OpenAI is already there, you don't need to import it anywhere. So this, remove this. Routes, so you need to also import the routes. Okay, you can first go ahead here, let's import this, the handlers, and this. Now I'm just going to paste ours here. So this is going to be not users, in this case is going to be dot church. So you're just going to say church, then here church. So we have church dot handlers. Let me see, church dot handlers, not handler, dot handler. So in here we have the church dot routes, and then even this church dot handlers. So in this we're just going to say routes dot, so you can see we have create church, and then in the handler we also have dot. So this one hasn't imported yet. I'm just going to come here and say church dot handlers, like that. Now we can just come here and we say dot, so you can also create church. So this creates this route. So if we just go to the server, like this, and you just we'll just change this interface in a second, but if you just click on this and we go to the documentation, so we have this one for users, which we will touch in because we don't need all these things. We're going to see that we have I think it haven't okay, we have one more step. So after creating the route, so here we created the route and we exported this route. That's the good thing. So now finally you have to go inside the app.ts and let's bring in our route here. So this is where you just go ahead and add more routes. So I'm just going to first get, for example, these here. So I'm just going to duplicate this and I will just say church. Okay, import church for route, and this is going to be church, and it's going to be also church dot index. So then you get this church is what you just go ahead and add in this. So save. You will just now see that this is going to go ahead and appear on here after you have added that. Okay, wait a second. Oh, what did we do? I just need to add the word church here. Let's see, cannot find the module, so we have at routes. Okay, so the folder is called churches. Just like that, at routes. So from the routes we have churches, and then inside we have church.index. I'm just going to type this. This should be TypeScript right now, not loading it right now at this point. Otherwise it should be okay now. Yeah, so now if I hover this, let's just reload. So this now should just add the church and create a new church. You can see we need this and the subdomain. Okay, that we need these two things. So we need to call this endpoint from our front end. We have 201, 40, and 500. I need to call this from our front end like this. So the church, the title is going to be just going to say Kamoli Parish. So this is going to be, since yesterday, you can say Kamoli Parish. That is the church title. And then here, this, I just want to call this one as Kamoli, just like this. I think this one is supposed to put in lowercase. I think, let me hope we already have that being done. Let's confirm. So the subdomain, even if you type it in a capital letter, it should be able to convert that. So if you just look at the subdomain form, we have this input basically here. That's this whole thing. So in the subdomain form, so when you create subdomain here, we get the data. Okay, I'm in a wrong place. I'm in platforms. I'm just going to go back to the web, and in the web, let's just look in the subdomains here. So if you just look at it, is here there is to convert it to lowercase. So even if you type it in capital, you do what is going to go ahead and also put this. So this one means it's going to put the dashes. Okay, so going back to this, I just want to put now Kamoli, just like this. Okay, you can also just of course put Kamoli Parish. You could just also go ahead and just say Kamoli Parish, like this, Kamoli. Also, yes, this also. I just also say that this is going to be Kamoli Parish, like this. Create. Subdomains can only have lowercase numbers and hyphens. Please try again. So okay, that is a good validation. So I'm just going to come here. You can see can have lowercase. So just going to have now. Let's just repeat now using Kamoli. Kamoli Parish, just like this. Kamoli Parish. It's going to be localhost 3000. Kamoli Parish. Let's create. Okay, church is required. This is why we're just going to use our Zod and everything. After this creates, we just go there. This is going to be Kamoli Parish. I will go ahead and create. Okay, error, something went wrong while processing your request. So if you just go back, like here, want to see if this code our API endpoint. Let's scroll down to the last. So if you just look at this, API churches post actually looks like it ran. Okay, it looks like it ran. I just want to go above the headers. You have 201. Actually, this looks like it came back. It looks like it created actually. Can I first create another one? I'm just going to quickly create another endpoint that fetches all the churches, so that we can test if the actually church created. So I'll just go here in the churches here. I will quickly first of all create the schema. So you can create, either you can just fetch everything the way it is, like this on the churches. Maybe let's just actually leave it the way it is, all of it, and we can just come here and we export. Export type, maybe I'm just going to call it base church. base church types. Base church types or type, I don't know. Then here just going to say base church base schema like this. And I'm just going to go ahead in the routes. Let's go ahead and create this route. Now simply duplicate this. This is going to be, for instance, list church, list churches, and then create route is going to be the same. This is going to be get or churches or list or churches. Then this description is going to be list churches, and then now we don't need the request in this case. The request has nothing, and then we're just going to have the response. Now in the response is what we're going to use now the this. We're just going to use this church based schema. Okay, so I'm just going to actually say that it's going to return back z dot array of this. Okay, it's going to return an array, and this is going to be maybe here list of churches, or you could just say churches retrieved successfully. Then there is no any conflict thing. The only thing is going to be is the internal server error. Can you also remove this? And then we can just go ahead and create, and just going to say list church route, and this is going to be list churches. Maybe just going to say list churches route. So get this route is what I'm just going to go ahead and use in the handlers. So in the handlers, I'm also going to duplicate this, create. Now this is going to be now list churches, and we just need to pass in also here list churches route. Okay, we just get this. There is no any data that we are expecting, and then we just don't expect also any conflict or any conflict here or even here or even here. I'm just going to go here and say Prisma church chart dot find many, just like this. And we can just say where. Actually, just we need to pass in. Just going to pass in order by. Okay, then just say created at, and then we have the descending like this. And now if you look at this, actually returns everything. Order by. So this is going to be churches, and this is what I want to return here, churches. And then I can also return this. Very easy, very nice. This is actually okay. So I'm just going to say this, and then you just need to go ahead and also in the routes here change this to okay, because this doesn't bring 201. This is supposed to be actually to be the okay. Just like that. So that one should also take away that. Then finally, let's register this. So open AI. I'm just going to copy this and let me add it here. So just going to say routes dot. Now we have list, and even here just going to say dot list. So that one is now there. So let's go back to our here. Just going to refresh. This should just give us our list churches. Let's try this gate, and now we actually have one we have this church that was created. Now I would want just to understand what made this not create, because we actually have it working. Now since it is actually failed to work, just going to take this advantage to change some things a little bit around. Okay, now normally what I'm just going to do is something that is going to look like weird, but what I'm just going to do is in the app, not in the app, where you have types here. I know we have a lot of types right now. I don't want to take these ones or do anything, but I'm just going to simply just say, in fact, copy a file from the backend. So I'm just going to go ahead and get these this schema file. Just copy it the way it is, and we'll just keep on updating. When we update this side, we update the other side, so that I want our schemas to be in sync, both at the front end and the back end. So there is why we have schemas. I add them here. I don't know, do we need to use instead schemas instead of types? That's like sort of like confusing. Maybe just be calling them like Zod schemas or something. For now, let me just leave it maybe in types. So now we have like church.schema.ts. Now this has everything we need. Even the create church, we have it here. We have the base, then we have this which omits and everything. Now what I just want to do is I want to go ahead and change our form to now use is going to use two things. Let me just go and look for that. Just to go inside. Just want to go to super admin churches page. So everything starts from here, where we actually have the subdomain like this. Okay, so because even this create they create state and everything, I just want to simply change this form a little bit. Okay, just want to change this form to not to use this, because I'm just going to be using React query in the whole app, so just going to be consistent with that. I want to use React query here just to be understandable. So I'm just going to go in here, and I can just go ahead either to cloud or whichever you want. Actually, let me just try DeepSeek and see if it's going to get it right. Okay, I'm just going to say here that I have this subdomain form. Okay, have this subdomain form. I'm just going to go ahead and add this. I will also say that we have a serve action, which is this one. I also have a serve action, so I'm just going to go ahead, copy this serve action. Let me just copy everything actually here. Maybe even just say copy this, and I also have serve action like this. Now finally we also have a schema, so I'm just going to say down here we have a church schema like this. I also have a schema, a Zod schema, like this. Okay, so I just want to say that the task, I'm just going to say here, task, I was going to say I want to modify the form. Okay, so that we use one, we just want to use Zod React query and React hook. Okay, React hook form. Okay, so just want to modify this so that modify the form, and maybe we can just also, and we can also modify and say and what, maybe and the actions, and the server actions and server. Just see what is going to do. So what I basically just want to is we can just go ahead and remove this format that Lee used, and then just go back to the because this doesn't look scalable to me, the one that Lee did here. We have the subdomain form. Did I just actually give this? I think that's the one. Okay, if you just look at the input, maybe that is okay, but this would be even much simpler, I believe, than that. And this is just going to be using the React. So you can just say here, is saying that, yeah, there are same things. You have to install all of them, of which I guess we already have. And then it says that you go in the lib validation.charge.ts. So we have the charge form schema, which is now creating a new schema. So I'm just going to go ahead and add this. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and I will modify. Let me copy this. Let's go to where we have our church.schema. So here in the types. Now look at this. I'm just going to add this here. Okay, but these are the validations now that we're going to transfer also at the backend. So you can see title here is this. So I'm just going to cut the title. Do we just actually just name it as a title or something? Okay, just going to say the title like this. And then we have the subdomain. Subdomain cannot start with or end with hyphen. So we just also just need this, cut this. I'm just also going to come and just add it on the subdomain like so, as our base key, as our base. And then from this we can now name this, instead of the create, I'm just going to charge form schema is actually going to be still this. So cut this, and I'm just going to add it here like so. Now what we need is just like remove these two. So just need this. Okay, we have the charge from this, which is having the ID subdomain, just like that. Going back here, if we just go to update the server action with Zod validation, this is what I wanted. So you can see in our server action, we have now validate charge.pass. So we now receive data, which is this, and then we go ahead and pass this. And then now we have the response. So optionally, you might want to validate the response with your charge-based schema, which I will not do. And now we have this, handle the API response errors. And then you can return like this. For now, I'm just going to copy this. And let's add it in our subdomain. In here where we have the subdomain. Okay. So we have church. We'll just get this validation just in a second. So basically we receive the data, which is title and the domain. And then we have validated or validated data. We just call our form like this. And then we just now pass the name and the subdomain in this here, which is really nice. Then optionally, you can see here we are directing. So you say optionally, you might want just validate the response. Now for the response, just going to leave it. We're not going to validate that. And then here we have the error. Can we just import Zod? So if error instance of Zod error. So here we have success, return success false. And here the error is actually error.errors. Now this is actually from app in the validation. This is how they are passing them. So this one will actually optionally just emit some error. So we can just get them as instance. If the error is instance of Zod error, now we just get error.errors, and then you get that message. Now in this error like that. Okay, so this is for Zod. But if we have errors, handle API errors, errors.response. Let me just say error the response the data the message is getting it on the response. Let me just say this. What we can just say is this dot error, because even as we have dot error, so the error will be error dot response dot error, just like that. Then we just return if they don't have this. The problem this one, I don't know why it always has like an unknown. I don't know if someone can give it a type. What is always the type of this? Let me just ask something else. I want to know about that error because something which just always comes up all the time. So if I just ask this, if I have this, okay, what is the type of error? Because it always gives you this. It always gives you this. Error is of type unknown. Can we give error types? Because I'm getting this. What would be the type of? So optionally, they're saying that option 1, type guard. So you can just say if error instance of this, and then handle API, and then say is API error. What is API error? I don't know why they get this. API response with the error. I don't know. I think must have created this. Okay, function outside. is this error is an unknown, is a response of data here. If type of error is this, okay, option 2, use type assertion. Simple but less safe. Let's see. So here we have this API error is equal error as any, and then we say if API error dot response dot data dot error. Okay, I think we can just go with this. For now, so you can first say that the API error is the error, okay, and then we give it type, which is any, and then we say API error dot response dot data dot error, then we give actually that error like that. Okay, so we have that. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and so going back to the form, I think the third one, they're saying you can define. Okay, let me just leave that. So create React. So we have this, then create React query hooks. So we can just in hooks, we can have the one use church mutation. I'm just going to say use church. Then so I'm going to be putting all our mutations. I'm just going to go in here. Does it mean that, let me see how it has created it actually. Export function use create church. Okay, so we're just going to have these ones while in the hooks. We're just going to go ahead and say, I'm just going to just say church, and then so church.ts. Okay, in the hooks, then we say church. Maybe we just simply name it as use church. Use church, just like this. We are calling the subdomain. Invalidate queries or perform others. We'll just go ahead. Okay, then update the form component with React hook form. This is what they want. So in the form, let's see how it has changed. Of course, I'm just going to first remove this, then remove this. Okay, so it still actually maintain the same thing. You just like let's get this. Also get this, and then we also have now use create church. Okay, then we have is loading from the mutation. So we have the title is passing in register, and even this is passing in register, then the placeholder. Okay, so we have like this title input. I think in the future, I don't know if we can reuse that. It has default value, it has also the error and everything. Okay, we'll just see if we can reuse that. And then errors.root, so they saw them here. Now these ones come actually from the Zod. Okay, let's look at this now, how it looks like. Is there anything else apart from this? Set up the query provider. I think we already have query provider. Then wrap it in this. Okay. Let's go back to okay. I'm just going to, I will change this. I'm just going to change this session, but let me first work on this. Going to go back to churches. So we still have the same exact thing. So I'd want to know if I actually put the same thing, if we just like get, so we have the Kamori parish. Here I'm just going to do the same thing, which is going to be like Kamori parish, because we know very well this is not going to create. Let's say create. Okay, so does this mean that on the API it brought back the 407? Let's check. Wait, see. Just go down. So if you look at this post here, yeah, 409. Now I don't know how we are going to get that. Let me just try to give it actually my API endpoint, see how it would handle that, because the errors are not propagating the way we want them to. Oh, I think another thing is that it doesn't actually understand. Let me just go give it a full context. So I'm just going to give it one in the routes, churches. Let me just give it the route. I'm just going to give it how my handler is actually created. So I'm just going to go to this create church. So I'm just going to say that this, okay, so I'm just going to say that I have, so I'm just going to say my API errors are not propagating properly, are not propagating properly. Okay, I'm not able. I'm just going to say errors. My API errors are not captured at the front end. For example, the 409 conflict, and so, and here is my API. Just going to say here using Honor. Just like this. Then I'll also give it one more thing. So here is on the front here, we are using, there is something we are using. What are we using? API post. So we need to also give it this API post. Okay, I'm just going to say that I'm also using, okay, then I'm just going to say I'm also using Axios. Okay, so let's see if it can make some changes. Okay, so let's see how it is trying to handle this. So it's saying update the serve action to handle the API error properly. So now if you just look, it's like say Zod, then we have the response. Okay, then has the redirect. Now handle Zod errors, that one we have seen it. Handle the Axios. So if error.response.data.error return false, error like this status, response status. Then you can also handle the network errors or other Axios errors. And then it's saying the generic error. Okay, so that is okay. Just going to update our serve action. Okay, so you can just of course get this charge form. Then you can also import Zod. Okay, so this is how we are returning here success and error. Then here we just also return the status code, which is good. Then I think this has to be captured in update React query hook to handle specific errors. So you can say on error, then you can also handle errors globally here if you needed. Then enhance the form. So here, how is it doing it? It has on success, on error. Then in the form is saying that default like that, create mutation. Now we have result is await, and then you say if we get here mutation didn't if we get here the mutation didn't throw but might have returned an error. So you say if result and that the no success, set error to message dot this, then set specific errors based on the error message. So you can see that error is equal to charge title already taken. So I think we can check the status. Can we check the status instead of checking the error, because that would be really hard to have the same word. That is even more stressing and handling. But let's just first understand how this one works. So let's take a specific route. So if for instance ours is going to be here, the API errors, okay, okay, that is how I find Axios sometimes, like the errors, how they handle them, really it is something I don't really like how they handle errors. So I'm just going to ask myself, if I go back in Axios, you see that I have this one thing for like that uses fetch, because with fetch things are somehow straightforward. Okay, things are somehow straightforward. Here it is, I think behind the scene it is also just like this. It just gets the response and then throws back like that. Let's see. Okay, let me just go back to our subdomain.ts here. Okay, so just going to look at the Axios. If error dot response dot data dot error, so this returns back an object. Okay, so we can say success false, and we have the error here, and now the status code is actually direct on the response. That's why status is on the response. So I expect at this point actually to get this error here. Can I just like actually just console.log things here? I don't know if it just even, can it even console.log at that point? I'm just going to go console.log. I'm just going to say like error status. This is going to be like error the response, then dot status. Okay, this is what I'm much interested in actually. You can also just like say the error message, and then you can say error dot response dot data dot error, actually like this. Dot, what's the spelling of error? Error like this. So I would want to see if this propagates. So I'll just copy this. So because this is what I expect it to happen, because this is the network request which is doing like this. So let's say we get a message on this one, and so this is going to propagate from here, and it should just now move down to Axios. Okay, not Axios, but the hooks, where we have the hooks. So it should now move to use church hook in here. Right now what it has added is like you can add this. You can also handle errors globally here if needed. So like it's giving you also on error. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to add this on error actually here, so you can have this. So I want to actually console.log in this case. Yeah, it has actually consoled the mutation error. Okay, so with that, let's get to the form. What I just want from the form, we have even set error from. So if you check our subdomain form, I like this actually, where we have like set error. So let's see, we have even clear errors this time. So there are some hooks actually I didn't know they exist. Like did you know that we have also clear errors? So you can clear errors. So here we have Zod, the ISO, and inside we start by actually clearing root errors. So when you submit or something, you can see in here it is starting by clearing the root errors. And then await. So it is now saving this in result, which is good. Now instead of just like doing this, we are saving it in result. So we are interested in getting this result. More especially, you can see that the error. Now what I just want to know is, because you see if result and no success, and like this, you can see here set error. So I'm just going to say if like this, let's see. Okay, so you can see if result, the result came back, but there is no success. Okay, there is no success, result.success, then set error to root, and then the message is result.error. Set field specific errors based on the error message. Now if result.error, this is why I just get, because I want to know what does this error look like. Because if you say result.error, we could just also result.status. I think you should just be able to have like the status if this is equal to 409, and then we set it to actual result.error. Okay, and then else if error is equal subdomain already exists taken. We don't need to do that, because at that point we just need one of the errors will go first. Okay, we don't need actually to just say if this, we don't need that. I'm just going to go ahead and remove this else if, like this. Okay, and then it says catch if error dot error, then set error also like this. Okay, so at this point we're just going to do the same thing and we see what actually happens this time. Let's see, I think there is no any other further settings that we have. Down here on the form, there are some things we have actually. Outside here we created const clear field errors, so we have this. This one is in the form, subdomain form. I don't know why I just always this in the our form here. Down here we have created now this clear, so it takes field key of church form, if errors this. Okay, then we have title. So right now we are passing in the register the on change clear field errors. Then we have the errors. Let me just actually copy the form. Just going to go ahead and recopy this form. Okay, so just going to copy the form like this. Then another thing, I just don't know if there is any of the inputs changed. So the title, input, and subdomain, they remain the same. That's okay. So alternative, enhanced error handling with status codes. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. Is saying that validate await this, and they say instance of Zod, then handle. So here is saying if error dot response of course, this is what I wanted actually in the first place, like this. Okay, this is what we want to be able to handle these cases. The only thing I just like want to see, we don't need to do return this. I don't want this to I just want to return still the okay, the good thing I think is that we are only returning the error. We don't need to wait for then conflict feed. I don't need to do they don't need to do this. The only thing is just like maybe to do this switch. So I'm not sure if the switch is supposed to be done from this side or done from the front end, but I would love this. Okay, I would love this where you have the errors done like this. Yeah, I think I like this error handling more. Okay. So we have our Zod error remains the same. So the good thing with this pattern is that everything we are returning a consistent error object. Here we are returning the success and the error. And then in this case here, where we have the response, let me just copy this. I love this like this, maybe up to even the oh my god, I'm just going to end up copying the whole entire thing now again. So let me just go back here This is much better. This is much better. Just like copy. I'm just going to add this like so. Okay, so now the good thing is now we have error any, which is okay. And then we start this is now this is for the Zod errors. So these ones they are Zod errors, like if you don't meet this pass, okay. Then these are for the HTTP. This is exactly what I want, okay. It's exactly what I want. So we can extract this and from the response, which is okay. And we can start with the conflict. Now here we don't need to return a lot of things like conflict, field. No, I just need to, because each is going to be shooting at each individual time. So we just actually have this. Just say for 09 error, and then we just simply data dot error. Okay. Then here we have 400, which we don't have in our code, but you can just like leave it like this. 401 and 403, you don't have write permissions, and then there is 500, and then the default. I like this because this is very much consistent, I guess. So now this will propagate and send. So this is going to go ahead and send an error to the hook. So use church. So use church will get this error now. Okay. I don't know this. You can see that this gets a promise of success and the error like here. Okay, so I don't know if that is what it returns, because when now you go to this side in the form or inside the submit, now we don't have this. So we have if result and result no success. I think the good thing that when it is bring back, it actually returns success and error, which is just like this. Now we can just say if result set to root, okay, and then message is result.error. I don't think at this point we need even to say this, because if in the first place is saying there is no success, so it means it has failed, then we don't need this actually. I believe so. Like so. Okay, so now time for testing once again. Okay, yeah, let's try it and see. Just going to go ahead and do this. Okay, I'm just going to put exactly the things which are there. So Kamuri parish, and then even this, I'm just going to put this. Let's go ahead and create. Yeah, so you can see nicely church title already taken. This is really super good. Okay, this is good. Church title already taken. So let's just say we change the church title. We want to test this Kamuri parish. So I'm just going to say Saint Gonzaga. So I can just change this one to Saint Gonzaga. Saint Gonzaga Kamuri parish. And now I'm just going to go ahead and get this here, and let's leave it. So this one now should just get us the subdomain. So the subdomain already taken. This is really cool. Oh my god. Yeah, so this is what we want. Okay, this is exactly what we want, so that we don't need to create it one more time. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete this by creating a delete church endpoint. So just going to go back here. we just go back here inside the API. So you have the API, then I have this. Okay. So I need to just go here in the routes. I just need to create a delete. I don't know if I just go ahead and can just like get the users, delete user or something like that. In the routes, can I just like say delete user? Just to help me move somehow fast. I'm just going to copy this, go back to the churches. Where are the churches? So in the route, I'm just going to do this. Okay, I don't need many things. I just need ID param. So this ID param is okay. And I'm just going to put this ID param also inside the let's just go to the schema. I'm just going to search for ID param, which is here. ID param z dot object. Yeah, so the good thing now we have this CID field. I'm just going to go ahead and also get this. Okay, I will just get that. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this, export ID param because it's going to be reused over and over. I'm just going to take it to my constants. I have another one here. So just need to get this CUID field. So by going back to schema here and just do this, copy this. I think we can also just say export CUID field, and then we use it in this one. So if you go back, this I want to get from the constants. Okay, so this is going to be it's going to be churches, delete church, permanently delete a church and the associated data, then params. Now the responses, we just need this, the one that we did. I'm just going to change it also, by the way. This is where we have this success response. I just need to go in the my constants. I think I need to get this because we just added post, which is not necessarily true. I'm just going to remove this post. So I'm just going to say, I don't know if this should be our success response by default. I'm just going to say that this is ID success response. I want just someone to know that this is going to return an ID. I'm just going to make it my success response, okay, for now. So we just have to change two things in our routes, by the way. Now, even in the create, we are using this, which no longer exists. So I'll just use this. Sorry, I'll just use success, because I want to use that also in here as my success response schema. I'm just going to remove the bad request. Not found, that is okay. So this one is where we use the error schema. So this error response schema, church not found. This one is going to be church, deleted successfully. And then they authorize it. I don't think so for now. Then we have forbidden, insufficient permissions. In delete, you cannot delete user with existing dependencies. Okay, fair enough. I think also we just going to look at that, whereby we can, so that this charge already has maybe some things we cannot, like if it has associated users and so on. Yeah, I'm just going to leave this here. Maybe in the future. Then internal server error for now. So I'm just going to go ahead and now use this delete. It's going to be delete church. Okay, let me just actually activate this also. Cannot delete church with existing dependencies. This is going to be also this error, just like this. Okay, so what I just want to do is go back to the handlers and let's go ahead and do the deleting of the church. I can also just go in these user handlers. Let me search for delete. Just like this. Let me go in here. I'm very sure you must have not exported the types here in the route of delete church. So let's just come here and say delete church, delete church route. Even this is going to be delete church. Now if I just go back in here to the delete, okay, this is going to be delete church. Okay, and then this is going to be like delete, not deleted, but delete church route. We get the ID, and then we can get the current user. I'm not going to do the auth check right now. Existing, so you can just like check the first one if this exists, and if you're just like checking, select only the ID. Okay, we can also just from this existing user, actually we can also do interestingly, we're just going to select only this, and then we can actually get the count. This is how you get the count underscore count, and then we check, like for instance, for users. For our case, it should, okay, just change this one to church. So this now should be users, just like this. So that we return back. So if existing church, this is going to be existing church. Okay, if church does not exist, then we just only need only one thing here. Okay, because I don't need to put any code. I just simply need to go put back the error, which is just like okay, if it does not exist, then just go and select church not found, church not found, and then check for that might exist. So here you can just say like existing church dot count dot users, for example, is greater than 0. Then we just say cannot delete church with existing users. Okay, just remove this code, just make this one error, and then this. Okay, so then the most important thing is the code, and then we have if so deletion last admin, delete user and related data in the transaction. So we just going to go ahead at this point and delete. I don't need this, I think. I'm just going to simply have this. Await Prisma dot church dot delete. Okay, like this. I don't know, in this, can you just actually see? I have like this. Where can I select? I think you can just like select ID true, and then you can just say here const deleted. So this is what is being deleted, and then in this we can just actually return the deleted, just like this. Not deleted church, just deleted. And then in this side we just need only something like error, fail to delete church, and that's it. Okay, so now what else did I miss? So we can just go ahead and register this in the index. Just go in here, okay, I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to say delete church. Okay, so if you just go back to the UI, I should be able to delete this church. So we can just get the ID of the church, and let me just actually refresh. We have delete church. Let's try this. So you just need to go ahead and add in the ID, and just going to go and send, and you can see this returns back an ID of the deleted church. So if you just go ahead, actually try to delete this one more time, like send this, so we should just say like church not found. Okay, so that is good. Now we should be able to create on the front end. So just go back the front, must have logged out. Okay, so let's just also work on this thing of signing out. So there are two places to change this, because I really don't like this whole thing of let me just extend the let me extend what the session. So to extend the session, we just need two places. The first place is going to be app auth. So you just go to auth and just go to login here. In the login form is after getting everything. This we just send this after we send to detect, then we just simply send this to the login for our user. serve action, and in this serve action, it makes a post request to the API auth, gets back these things, and now it just have login data. The important part is that it just have this create server session. In the create server session is actually where we have these 24 hours, and now this is actually not working properly. I want to make it a full day. So what I'm just going to do is I will copy this 30 days, paste it here, and just make this one just simply 1. So just want to have this like as 1 day. Like this makes sense. Or you could even just make it 7 days, depending on the system. Like this is a church system. You can't just like leave 1 day is good, like it signs up a person or something. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this. Now wherever we have that, I'm just going to scroll down. So wherever we have this, actually even 24 hours would be good. Okay, which is actually still 24 hours, this one. 1 times 24 is 24, so like this is still 24 hours. The only problem is that I forgot to put it in one place. So as you continue down, you will see that there is one which has 15 minutes down here somewhere. So you see this one. So just going to change that. Also, that is the one that actually was causing it, that was bringing problems. But let's scroll down, scroll, and make sure you are at the end. Make sure you are at the end and there is nothing that you have left that is not changed. Okay, nice. So done. That is one place. Then the last place that we need to change this is at the back end. So just do this on the API. So in the routes auth, and now we have just go and let's check the login. So it is here. So if you check down here, they have, after doing everything, hashing the password, so here they tokenize. Okay, so the good thing is this, as you can see, this is 24 hours, which we have put actually on our front end. So you can see that's 24. So here I think here we don't have any problems at the back end. The problems were actually at the front end. Okay, so I'm just going to leave it like that. So our session should be now okay. So let's just go ahead and refresh and go ahead and log in. Nice. This will take us to the super admin. This profile thing, I'm just going to first remove this here. We just make it okay. Now let's go ahead to create again. So this is going to be Kamuli parish, and just going to go ahead and put again Kamuli parish, create. Please check your connection. Okay, what's the problem right now? API post churches. Okay, so this actually returned 201. Like what it means is actually created it. I think we need to capture also 201. So if we just go back and you go to list churches. Okay, this is not the one for listing churches. Just going to go here, list churches. So it created it, but we don't have the success. Let me again delete this. Okay. So can I handle now? I don't know what happens. So if it checks, I'm just going to minimize this. What does it check to qualify this as? Because the status is 201. So let me just go back to web, more especially in my actions here. So why would it qualify it as an error? So it's like I thought this. I'm not sure what is expected of, because here it is just like reflecting that it got an error. I'm not sure why, but this. And anyways, I also don't know if we need to I don't know if this error.response they are referring to this response. I don't think so. So even if we remove like this, I don't know why this does not. Okay, is it like the redirecting is what is a problem? Because if I look at this, protocol has node. Okay, so the redirection has to be on the front end. Oh, I think yes, also there is no any return in this. Okay, so I think just because here we don't have any return, are we supposed to have, or the redirect actually is just like the return? I think I'm just going to change this. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and change this somehow, because the redirect is not working very well with, I think, it's React query or something. So you just need to return something. Now what I don't know is I could just actually return this. So just say, go ahead and say return. So just say, for example, say success, which is going to be true. And in this case, what would I return? Do I return like data? I just say data, and I'm just going to return data as this URL, like this. And if I just like could just say like URL, because like success and then URL, success or data, I don't know. I want to return something that I can use. Okay, so in this essay, redirect URL. Okay, now how do we capture this in our hook? They use church. Actually, so in the form, so if, oh, actually you can see here it is checking if result dot success. So here it gets result, and if there is no any success, so in this case if there is success, because if this doesn't bring anything. This is setting error. What I just need to do is I just get now router here. So I'm just going to say here const router is equal to use router from next navigation. So if result and that is not success, so we can just say errors. I'll just say router router dot push from results dot, you see, redirect URL like this. String or undefined is not assignable to that, so we can just say here we give it by default just a hash. We could even toast a message, but I think we will not see that message. But we can also just say toast dot success church. Just say here chat created successfully, just like this, successfully. So do we have this now? Just go to the API and let's go ahead and check if we have any church right now. Just go to list churches. Okay, we don't have any church right now, so I'm just going to go back to the front. Let me refresh. I'm just going to go ahead and put in my church, which is going to be Kamori Parish, and then just say here Kamori Parish and then create. So this same church created, and we are redirecting to the subdomain. Let's wait and see. Okay, it is saying Kamuri Parish .localhost.300. We have this, but the route is right. That's good. So what I just want is to just go to the console. So you can see here API request failed 404 at the API request. So this is why we have the API request that's supposed to get the data for this. Let's check that. But the routing is done. Nice. I love that. Okay, so if where is it? What am I looking for right now? I'm looking for, so basically it routed to this subdomain. Did it route to this? And you just got this page. So this is get the subdomain. I don't know, for some reason there is S. So sometimes here we have the subdomain, and here we have this API request. So we just need to get this endpoint, which gets the subdomain data, and let's see what do they expect. We're just going to get the types for this soon, but let's just say we need if not found. So here we have it just returns back root domain. Okay, it has here generate. This is generate metadata. It is okay. Subdomain, if there is no subdomain data, dot emoji dot welcome to this. So it just returns back basically that. We can just say here for our case, we give the data of what is getting back. So let's go ahead and say we are getting back the title and the subdomain here. I can first go to this, how do they call them, the schema. We'll create this, which is okay. Return data. Where is it? And let me hope this is not in sub action, is it? No, this is just like in subdomain lib here. I just want to get this. Where is it? Types, chart.schema. So if we just want to return the title, so I'm just going to come here. There's just going to call this one like I'm just going to call this like church brief schema. Okay, so basically this would only return, remove all this. I think this also just returns like the like here we have this church form data. I feel like since we gave it like that form data does not make much sense for us to use that name, but the types are the ones we want. Okay, so we can just say type, we can just define another type here actually, church brief, church brief, and this is going to be equal this church form data behind the scene. Just avoid doing it again, just like do this. So we just don't need to do the schema. So church brief is now also having that, so we can just go ahead and return from our subdomain. It was here in the lib somewhere. So this one, I'm just going to say here, this returns a promise of returning this church brief like this. Now, one thing that is actually fading is this API. So we just need to add this. You can see we just use response fetch, and you just look at the base API. So the base API is taking process.env, which is actually this. Now, I just want to understand if, for example, here we have API. Yeah, so we have API churches. I also believe that this endpoint actually ran. So let's see if it was hit and it returned 404. Yeah, so you can see it run actually like API churches and then to run this Camry parish. So let's just simply create the endpoint first. Just go in here. So simply go to app, route. Let's go to churches. We start from the types that we want to release. So in a similar way, for this schema that we have, church create schema is what we just going to return. Just going to return those two things. So we just go to this route. So similar to the one we used of gate. Do we have even the one for gate? Since we don't have it, I'm just going to get the one of like this one. The good thing, this one has the delete has that. So I'm just going to go here and just say get church by slag. So we're just going to create another one, this by domain, sorry, by subdomain, like this. And with that you can actually also create this gate church by subdomain. So inside here we're just going to say that this is a get. Now since we have the one for the ID, we could reserve the one for the ID. Okay, like the one for the ID, and I'm just going to say churches, and then I'll say domains, and then we'll put the name of the domain. So here I'm just going to say slag, like this. So this is going to be churches, domains, and then get the slag. Or you could even just like change this by just like leave it like this. Get, and this is going to be summary is going to like get church. Okay. I'm just going to say retrieve church, and now in this is going to be different. So this is going to be for the slag. This is just going to say slag. So this one is going to be specifically for the domain. So I'm just going to say here domain schema, and in this case we're not using this, so it's going to return the domain. Maybe just call this one subdomain, and this I don't know if it is Z. For now I'm just going to put just string, z dot string, like that. Okay, and now if you just go back to the routes, just do this. Now if you hover this is actually something which you guys have to pay attention to this. So when you hover here, whatever you actually passed in somewhere here is what you should add here, like this. Whatever you pass in here, okay, it is what you should just pass in. You pass here the subdomain. Then we have responses. Now we are not going to return just this simple one. We're just going to actually return the church create response, church create schema, and this is going to be like the church. And then 404 is okay. Conflict, no. So just going to have these ones, right? So get church subdomain by subdomain. Then we just go to the handlers, and you can just actually duplicate also this one. Get church by subdomain. And then in here we're going to have also this get charge. So here we're just going to receive the subdomain, and then we're just going to go ahead and get the existing charge by finding unique, and then here you say subdomain. Then in the selection, this time we just need to select just select the title, just select title and name, since it's just name, and then the subdomain. Only those two things. Then this, if there is no existing charge, we just say charge not found. And then finally here we can actually just return the charge. Okay, so now I'm just going to go ahead and call upon this. Now the route has changed a little bit. You can see this is now this route. I'm just going to copy this and take it to the front. So in the front, let's start with this lib subdomain, where we have this get subdomain data, and I'm just going to say subdomain dot okay. This here changes like so. So churches, domains, and then we pass in our subdomain. So here I'm just going to move this, pass in our subdomain. So that should get us the data. Now we have another thing that is making noise, which is that now we don't have the emoji, but actually we have the title. Okay, so if we go back, it's saying error API field not found, API request. Okay, what are you talking about? Let's see now what ran. Okay, he's still having 404. API, okay, I have double slash. I have double slash. Okay, does this actually have a slash? It is, the slash is on API. It is not even on the subdomain. It is on this. What do we have in this API request? So it has this API slash endpoint. So the endpoint should not have, which makes it weird. Maybe just we remove it from this. It should be like API. It doesn't have a slash actually. Why is it having this API / churches? Because this starts from here. Oh, so this is the endpoint, because just like slash, then the whatever endpoint we pass in. So in the other case we are passing in slash. So maybe here we should just remove this. The endpoint comes when it has a slash. Let me just see that. Because when it is an endpoint, it's just weird to put it like this. So let's just like put slash. Okay. And I also want to change this error page. This error page is really not what I want. I'm just going to change this error page for now. I'm just going to say that I'm just going to go to DeepSeek again. I'm just going to say please update my error page to be minimalistic. It should show that failed to load the page, and then try again button, button, or go to just leave the try again button. Just going to add this. Just like don't want just it to be really complicated. Just have something small and just like as simple as this. I love this. So like fail to load the page is not really scary as such, but you can just like click try again. Okay, delete that, try like reloading the page. Let's reload the page. Oh, we still have the same error. Where is this coming from? Like, we have this weird path which is having like API churches. Clearly it is running a different endpoint altogether. Let's first know which endpoint is running at this time, because let's first go to we have middleware. So it says that the middleware, after getting the subdomain, it does all the thing of rewrite to this. So path is called this, rewrite to the subdomain. Now, if that is the case, it rewrites it and it is rendering this page of subdomain with this. That means that the API that is going to run is this, where we have get the subdomain data. I wonder why we are running. Can I just say console.log this sanitized subdomain? Are we running that? Okay, here they give us this. Not sure what's going on because I have changed this to API churches domains subdomain, but it is still doing the older one. I really don't get it. Okay, let me just maybe route one more time. Just restart the server. It might be cache or something. I need to copy this. So this compiled the middleware. So if I try to refresh the page, it is compiling this as subdomain. Okay, it is still having the same issue. Let's see this side. It is still bringing 404. If you go to the API side, it is still bringing this API. At this point in time, I'm just going to go ahead and use similar way we use Axios. Okay, with the still the error handling and all the return things. Okay, instead of just like returning the error page. Okay, so just going to say you have this. We'll go back here. I will say that I have this. Get subdomain data. So we have the subdomain. So just going to it, I want to make a request to this. Let me remove this. I want to make a request to okay, and I want to use Axios as we used it before with errors. And I'm just going to say I also I have this page. So we have this subdomain page. Okay, and we have, and I have this page. I was going to say the page should help us to get the ID, actually the subdomain, the subdomain, and then we should pass it to the component where we will use React query to fetch the data from the function get subdomain data. So basically it should just be able to create those. Okay, so let's see what we need to do right now. So first, update your get subdomain data to use Axios. So we just have api.get like this, and then if error. So the good thing, we still have our error handling is what I need most actually. So let me just go ahead and in our lib. So I need to go ahead and do this. So if we look at it, let's remove this. Okay, we can also remove the API request because the API request has seriously betrayed me. So I have this, and then I just make a response, and then here I'll just only returning the response data, which is cool, and then handle different errors. So the this, which says return null subdomain not found, and then there is also 400 invalid format, which is also returns null. So like this is good. We can just like do anything we want in all those cases. Then the second one I think is going to be now updating the React query. So in this subdomain, we already have the other one. So we have this function fetch subdomain promise. Okay, so it was trying to leave this the other side, and we already have this, so it's just a matter of using it here actually. So I'm just going to go export this, and let's go to use church. So we already have a hook in hooks for use church, and I think I'm just going to add it here. Okay, so you can just now get the use query, and then we already have this function. It is the one that we have in our lib subdomains here. So this is the get subdomain data like this. So going back to the hook, we just get this. Okay, so you can see that this actually returns back title subdomain or nar, so which is good. The next, create a client component that uses React query. So like we have this subdomain content. I'm just going to create just like the subdomain page or whatever for now. We'll just eventually just like close that one, but for now inside this subdomain, you see how we have this S. So I'm just going to go in here and add a folder for components, and for now let's just add, you know, subdomain. Maybe let's go with this one, subdomain page.tsx, and let me just add this. So I'm just going to also get this use subdomain data. So just going to use this, you get the back your data, which also can be nar. If loading, it is giving us this and a skeleton, and then if error or subdomain, no subdomain data, we have this error subdomain not found. Okay, go to the domain, and then here we have the root domain. Now if there is data plus the title, welcome to this is your custom domain page. So this is what we are going to call the subdomain content is what you're going to call on the main page. So let's see if it has given us the main page. So this is update your page. So this is the page that gets the subdomain. Okay, so you can say use the server-side function for the metadata generation, which is okay. Then for this, prefetch data on the server, beta load. Okay, there is this where you can just get subdomain data, and if I don't know, it is doing just it's doing just like oh, actually it is. I saw it in the React code. I don't know if here it just actually works. Let me just paste this and we discuss this more. So I'm just going to go ahead and do this, and then I'm just going to go and do this. Now what I believe in, this is okay for generating the metadata. Now the subdomain, so you can see that prefetch data on the server for beta initial load. So like here is getting this subdomain data, and then is getting it in here and pass the subdomain to the client. The client component will use React Create fetch and manage the data. Now there is where we actually do it. You can prefetch, and by the time you come here you find that it has already fetched it, added it in cache. I'm not sure if it will just like work that way, so I will just like cross check that, but for now I think everything looks cool. Let's see if there is anything. Add skeleton component if you don't have it. So component, I think skeleton we already have it. Okay, going back to this here. Okay, so this time it has even given us the 404 because the subdomain data is not there or something. Okay, let me just go back to the API to see. Oh my god, like did it just like cache? Because irrespective of whatever we do, it doesn't actually change anything. Like it still has this, which was the one for long time. Okay, so let's just do this. I'm just going to go back to the localhost. Okay. And even the 404, I just want to, to create a minimalistic one. Let me just go and see the not found page here. I'm just going to say is it the one she did? Okay, so I'm just going to say similarly create for me the not found page. There is something I wanted to. So what I want is auth login. I'm just going to say this. Let me just go ahead and get the 404 page also. Just going to say churches. So I will just go ahead and say like this is going to be test church. And this is going to also test church, just like this, test church. And let's go ahead and create the church. Okay, so now test church, the localhost is not found, and the problem is that it is still routing. Okay, the good thing this time actually it went and created API churches domains test church. Why is that okay? I know why. So you just go to this, go to source. I think we did not register that endpoint, so you just go to the routes church index, and we need to register the one of gate gate church by subdomain. Now I just want to reload the page, and nice, finally we have the page. It says welcome to the test.localhost. This is your custom domain page. Oh my god, this is so good. Okay, this is so good. So this is why we'll be putting like the home page of the church. Okay, this is where we're going to put the home page of the church. Like, I remember yesterday I had like my, I don't know, church website. Like, I just don't know if I'm just going to get, but there is this live church has nice website. I think examples of church built on church. Can I just like search website, then I say like frame like this. I just say here, maybe we see if we can get an inspiration church. And then I'm just going to say also Webflow. We see if we can just see any template on Webflow that best church websites 2025. I like this, having this the image. Okay, okay, there is this with the login. Join live group. Just like to be like just these normal sites actually. Okay, so there is this one which has like the churches like that. So I think we just have like have like the templates and you know all those kind of things. Then let's go and see. These ones are so many. So I will just like in my free time I will just get the designs that we'll use. Okay, we'll get the design that we'll use eventually. So the same thing here. I think this is also good. This is Framer. Okay, I like this actually. This is nice. Then you have the web flow. They also have their own like templates and all that. Okay, so that is not the big deal. The big deal is that now that we have this the page that for the church, let's first leave that to, we're not going to get distracted. So that we have this, so I just need to get a table where I'm actually fetching all the churches in the dashboard. So let's just go to the dashboard. Okay, because we just need to do this somewhere. So let me just simply just localhost 3000 and let's go to the dashboard right now. Okay, I'll just create on church. So this interface for creating the church, I need it to be, where do I need it to be? I'll just have to create it and add it somewhere else. But on this page, I just need a list of like churches. I will also create a nice, I will also create a nice, I don't know why we don't have a name here. Oh, why did I click? For the app here we have it, but down here we don't have it. Okay, I'm just going to fix that. I need to create to modify this dashboard to look much better than this. Then we have this create form. Okay, I need to create this. So let's say like this is going to be, I want a black dashboard. Okay, let me just go here to V0 for a second. If I just searched for dark themed dashboard, I don't want it just like to be like all of it dark. Do I even need to make it dark? I don't know, but I'm just going to go to V0 right now. I'm just going to tell you that I want create for me which one should I create first? This looks good. I'm just going to do first look at that. I'm just going to say create for me a dark themed website, dashboard. I was going to say sidebar for a multi-church management system, and also add for me a table. Okay, add for me a table for listing churches, and each church has a name, subdomain, should be clickable, and then with action buttons, edit, delete, and view details. Let's say the sidebar should have, okay, this sidebar is not anywhere for the logged in church or anything. Okay, just like, let me just see what it's going to create for now. Okay, so this doesn't look good. I don't like this at all, so I'm just going to actually leave it. This thing of the dashboard, let's first leave it and concentrate on deploying and making this work. So far what we have is that we can create a domain. So what I just want to put is a simple table here, and we can look at the list of churches we have. And then from that, so if I just go back here, can I have any table? I just know in this we have a table. Not the API, but rather on the front. They just go to here, dashboard. So this is how we have like members, and we have these different tables that we can use. So I will just like take advantage and use one of these listing tables. Okay, they are already using the server. Let me see this one page. Okay, I'm just going to use this one. So they are already using with the search and even pagination. So I'm just going to use this one here. Let me just see. So you can just already use something that is already set up to avoid the complexity of just like we have to set up all this from scratch. So I'm just going to go to where we have churches. Let me copy this component, superadmin, and here we have these churches. So we already have here where we have like subdomain form and other things. So you can just like go ahead and add this inside the components. Let me add it here. Now I'm just going to remove this, so that in the superadmin we have this, user table listing. I'm just going to rename this to church table listing. Okay, and then I'm just going to also change this to church. Okay, in this case, this was taking in the user ID. I don't think I will need a user ID for this case. I'm just going to go ahead and say church. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and do this. Let me see where we are using this ID. Oh, okay, this is just like for the invite. I'm just going to go ahead and remove everything within here. Just going to do this. Okay, then here we also have just one data table like this. Okay, this is okay. So I'm just going to simply get to set filters, role, create invite. Can just remove this. I just want to see where we are actually fetching data here. So there is where we have this use table like this. I'm just going to first of all remove this. So this table here, the good thing with this one, it has also the pagination and search already with it, so that we can just like customize it. So I'm just going to go and get this query, and let's take it to where we have use church down here. You can just define use query client. For now, the query key, let me just say churches, and then the function that is going to be fetching all the churches. We can also still go back to the lib, subdomain. Okay, we can just go here and duplicate this, get all churches. Okay, so we don't need to pass in anything right now. And for this, now we can just go ahead. I just wanted to do this as easy as possible. Like, it turns out to be just like complicated. I'm just going to simply, so that I'm just going to return just like church brief array, just like this. And maybe with an empty array like that. I will just simply say you go to churches like this, and I'm just going to create this one, call it brief, church brief, remove this other part. Subdomain is not necessary. Then the good thing now, we have this where you can just return an empty array now. So here, let's return an empty array just like this. Okay. Even now, we just return the data. I just want something simple like this. So when we just go back to the hooks, even here in the use charge. So if you look at this here, we'll just imitate something that's similar to this one. We don't need to complicate life. Okay. Use, I'm just going to say here, use sub, I'm just going to say use charges, maybe data or something. It doesn't take in any subdomain. And then this is query key is going to be charges. Okay. Be careful, just like brief, for brief charges. We can just remove this, and then this is going to be get all charges. There is no need of subdomain. So just want something like this, not complicated to this level, like here. Okay, so I'm just going to say I've created this. I'm just going to simply go again to this. I will just say create. Let me just hope this is the one we've been using. Create for me the church. Okay, the church listing page, which list all churches with title, with the name, subdomain, should be clickable, and then here we just want church name, subdomain, and the created time. Okay, so just going to say, and also I have this, and then I can also just give it this function, they get all churches. And also I have this. So create a page that uses the React query. So I'm not going to use this. I'm not going to use this table. Where is it? Subdomain. There is this table listing. I'm not going to use this component. Or let me just first leave it. We just get and use the one that are going to work on here. So church list. I don't know if this is going to use a table or cards. So it has used function church card. Okay, it has created a church card, month, year, format. Okay, church, the subdomain, you can just go there. I think this is okay. This is okay. Okay, so create the main page. So I will first create, because this one is going to be the church list. Okay, I just say church listing. Let's space it with this. So first of all, all these types, I'm going to remove them. Okay, and let's go ahead and add this, like use church. And then we have the type. So the types we need, let me first put this, the church brief. If you look at the data we want, I think is the whole entire church. So I'm just going to use let me just go to the types, church schema. Just going to use this, the base church, like which has ID, title, subdomain, created at, and updated at. Like it has all the data. Let's go in here. Okay, and let's take a single church. The problem now comes when we have here we are using title, and the other side we have in database we have the name. So if I change here to name like this, okay, just going to change to name. I just only change that and need to change the form. Need to change the form. So this is no longer title, is going to be name. Let's go here. So the data where you're just like mutate. So this mutate here. Just going to see it a second. But down here you also have register.name, name. Instead of having it changing it all the time. So I'm just going to go to this mutation. So in this mutation, of course, it uses this create subdomain, which actually supposed to have the name. Then name, like that. Let's go down here and see we have church listing now. So the name is okay now. We still have the church card. The ID does not exist. So let's go ahead and see in this verse here. We have the ID, church base schema. We have the ID. So if you just go in this, it has the ID. Why is it saying that we don't have the ID? So whatever is matching from here, let's see it. Okay, so from this it is still using the brief. So if you just go here, it is propagating types from here. So just use this. So by the time you reach this side, the subdomain page, where is it? This is going to be name. Now just go here. This is name. Okay. Then what else? So we create the church list. Then this is the page, which should have like on the page metadata, and we have just the fallback. Manage, we just add somewhere the create. Let me just first go ahead and add this. On the so I'm just going to first duplicate this there is this subdomain, the page we're using to create this, the create page. So this is going to be the listing page. Let me just get the listing page right now, like this. Just going to get the church list. Okay, so we have the church list. So inside of the church, I think I'm just going to add simply the new. So just add new, and then I will just move this inside, and I will rename it to also page. So here we'll have the churches. If you go the church list gets use this church data, and this is just like getting it from churches. Now this is going to be now, because we are no longer just fetching the brief, we're just like getting all churches now. So of which we already have this, we already have this, I believe. So if I go to churches on the dashboard, I thought like we worked on this. I don't know, but let's just first focus. Okay, I'm just going to go on churches. Yeah, so you can see right now we have two churches, the test church and the Kamori Parish church. So if you just click on this, okay, you can see like you get this Kamori Parish, welcome to Kamori Parish. Nice, like this is good. Okay, so you should just like have its own landing page and all those nice things that we want to do for these churches. I'm just going to delete this. Even if I just leave the test church, it has no problem. I think I just want to add the button of like add new church. Okay, just want to add that, and let me just go to this page. Where is that page? Super admin churches page. So this page has container and has this. I feel like we could just like use more padding. Like this padding is like both up and down, like even on these sides. Okay, church page margin bottom. you can just give this a max width of maybe 5xl. Let's see. Yeah, it gives us some space. And then on the other side, I just want to add the button. So you could just tell it to put for me the add church link. So I'm just going to say on the page, on the page, add for me the add new church link. Okay, so far so good. So you can create a church. Then these ones I just need to make them a day 4. I just need to make them to be 2 in the church list. Just need to make grid cores 2, grid cores 3. So we have, you can see here that due to the subdomains, should I make them maybe we just simply go onto this and we make this 6. Oh, so 6 is the normal one we have been having. Okay, I just use 5. Okay, let me just stick to 6. We take this to maybe 12, the padding. And for some reason, like, padding does not work here. I don't know why. Is it because we have already this px? Let me just remove this. Yeah, I think this is like much better. Let's just say padding of 8 instead. Yeah, I think like that's like much better. So that means we have our page. Let's see. Add navigation to your layout. This is optional. That is going something you're just going to do later. Add the required UI components if you don't have them. There is one I just told you. Did it actually add new church to where? Oh, I used the wrong one. Let me cross this one so that I remain with one. Just want to say on the church page, add the link to create new church. Add the link to add new church. So just like update the church page. So it's going to add okay, so it's just like I've added before the suspense. I want to see the grid, so it has added this in a flex. Okay, so where we have before this, so this div here, can just like add the button from the UI component button, next link, and then this plus add new church. So this add new church is going to go to slash super admin. So it's going to be slash super admin slash churches slash new. So this is why we are adding the new church here. So if we just go back now to churches, oh, failed to load churches. What's the problem? Button is not defined. Really? Let's see. Let's see on the web. So I think that was just like some time back. I think right now it should be okay. Just refresh. Okay, so we have this add new button, and for some reason like this button is not having the styles. So you have the button, inside we have the link, then we have, I don't know why we are adding this, but why is the button not, oh okay, I have this, I think the advanced button. So for this button you don't use it like this. For this button you simply say href. So you could just simply say cut this and add it href, and then inside we just simply add this. Let's see. Yeah, so you can see now we have add new button here, which should take us to the super admin churches new to create the new church. Yeah, to this page here. Okay, and after creating the church, we don't want now to route to the newly created church. Instead, right now we can just either go to the detailed page of the church, or we can just go back to the listing page. Okay, we can just go to the back to the listing page. So I'm just going to go to listing. So this is the listing. I'm just going to look for the form. So if you look at the on the listing on the card, you can see like here it is actually getting it right. It's getting the protocol, which is HTTP, then gets the subdomain dot the root domain, which is all getting actually right up here. Okay, so what I just simply need to do is in this one, instead of routing, so we're just like after the subdomain form, after everything, we route to push to this one. So I'm just going to say right now, simply push to slash sub domain, super admin. So this is going to be super admin slash churches. Okay, let's create one more church. I'm just going to say Namugongo Shrine, and I'm just going to say this one is going to be a subdomain of Namugongo. Guys, those are the names this side. You can just try a name that you are familiar with. I'm putting the ones that are this side, Namugongo. I'm just going to go ahead and create. So this should just create and route back to this here. Now the problem why it is not bringing it is we need to invalidate the queries. Okay, so on the create, we need to go to the hooks, because if you look at how we are fetching this, let me just go and see. I'm just going to go to the hooks. Just going to go to the hooks. Where are the hooks, guys? Okay, in this hook, use church here. So if you look at this, just going to first of all use church here, just for simplicity. This is churches when we are fetching. Now on the create, we need to invalidate the queries. Okay, we need to get, I think it's query client dot invalidate queries. I'm just going to do this. Can I just say, I just want to say that from this, just going to say, can you add invalidate queries for key churches here. So this is okay. So you can see we have to create a query client, and then from this query client we use query client dot invalidate queries. Then you pass in the query key. Okay, so just going to copy this. Is it also part of, oh, it is on success, just like on success here. I'm just going to say query client, just a second, query client is equal to use query client, just like this. And then inside here we can return use mutation. On success we invalidate queries. Now just going to call it churches for now, because in the fetch now I've changed it to churches. So now that should be perfectly working. Okay, just going to test that one in a second. So let's just go ahead and test if I'm just going to create one more and then we test. Just going to click on this new. Let's create another one, which is going to be Christ the King. And here you can just call this one Christ. Maybe the King, just like this. So this should route and at the same time validate. Yeah, so you can see Christ the King. So if I click on Christ the King, this opens the website. This is nice. Okay, nice. So I love that. I'm just going to first implement the I think need to implement in a way. I'm just going to tell it to use a table, because quickly you can see that this view, I'm not liking it. I'm just going to say that for the list, can you use the table, add also the edit and delete buttons, because we just need to edit and delete. Most importantly, and then we're just going to have the view detailed page also. So I'm just going to go back to this. I'm just going to say that for the this we called it church list. For the church list component, Okay, add the church list. This one is going to be church list component. Make it a table instead of church cards. Okay, the table should have pagination and search, and then also the edit, delete buttons. For the edit, this is going to be taking to this the edit page, so this should be like a link. Then delete. Okay, edit, delete, and view. Okay, and view. Also this one is also supposed to be, I guess, a link, just like this. Now anything else I want to modify, just go and say for delete. Okay, just create the server action, then the React query, and use them to implement to maybe implement delete. Just see that. The good thing, we have the delete endpoint already working. Okay, so we're just going to be seeing things whereby you can route to Christ the King / something. What I want to know is if this is working on the hosted version. Okay, just want to know if it is working on the hosted version. Okay, then I will also just get the page, the design. Let me just first go, I need to get the design, a simple design that for the church, just to use. Okay, so this is what it has created. So we have first, let's create a delete serve action that is going to, so you can just copy this, and I just need to go ahead and create a delete serve action. In this serve action, I'm just going to go to subdomain. I don't know, for some reason we called them subdomain, not church. And then I'm just going to remove this, So delete church action takes in the church ID, and you can see it is church ID, which is the right one. API delete and message church deleted. Okay, so you have like 404 status, which is okay, and I think this is good. So then the next thing is create a React hook for delete operation. So we just already have that where we have this use delete. Just going to go ahead and copy this, where we have our mutations in the hook. So we have the hook here. Just going to go down here and get this delete church. Then create the church table. So just going to have the church table. You can just go in this where we have dashboard. I'm just going to go to where we have the subdomain churches, and in the component I'm just going to say church table. Church table, the tsx, let's add the table. So here we're just going to remove this. Okay, let's go ahead and so this, since we are not using church belief, we're just going to use, we're using the base church types, just like this. Then this. Okay, handle delete. Okay, let's just go down here, use churches. Okay, so we have this. Now let's go ahead and from this church table update the church list. So now we can update the church list component. We have the church listing. I'm just going to select everything and use the, oh, this sounds like okay, add new church. We have moved it now to this side. Let me import this. Can just get this, use churches data, and then you have the church table. Okay, then the, so I think this was supposed to be like the page or something, because now it's like add required UI. And you don't know what the because when you add the church table and you add this, so basically I don't know what's supposed to be, because this was done just having the church list. Okay, this is done just having church list, like okay, so we can just go ahead and we in this church management, and then we have the church list. Okay, let's just see how this looks like, but I feel like it is having a reputation. Just going to say admin. I'm just going to say, let's go ahead and see. So go to churches. Okay, so we have this upper one and we have also the lower one. Okay, I think we can just remove the down one. 4 churches have 4 churches registered. Manage all churches. Okay, so I don't know if we should maintain, but I'm just going to go ahead and remove this, or we could remove this. We use church management. Actually, I'm just going to use that. So charge management. Okay, I'm just going to go here. I'm just going to cut this button, go to the charge list. Inside here where we have this, I will add this. Then is where we have these charges and everything. I'm just going to change that also to use the charge management. So here, I'm just going to put this. Then you manage all register charges and their subdomains. I'm just going to go back to charge listing. I'm just going to see here charges. And then I will add this. Finally, I'm just going to go to the page and just go ahead and remove this. Okay, charge management, and then we have this. So this is much better. Okay, this is much better. I'm just going to simply also add this to 5 like previously. I see. Yeah, I think this is much better. Okay, so we can have all our charges. I can say Christ. Okay, it is still on the front end, but this is fine. In the future, I will just change this to be search at the back end, but right now let's keep it as cool as this. Okay, so at this level we are in, I just want to modify the home page of each. So if I click on this, this is what it shows. So I was having something here, some different sections of a website. Just going to say use React. Did it use like, let me see, hero carousel. Okay, I think this is React. Create component. I don't know why it is putting it in a script. Okay, I'm just going to say this. Use Next.js and create them as independent components. Next.js TypeScript. I think the I think the design and all that, you're just going to do that in the next episode. So right now what I'm just going to do is to be able to push this. Let's first see the delete. We have here the delete. I just want to see if that triggered an API request. Delete charges, API charges. Okay, it seems actually to have worked. The only thing I think is invalidate queries. Let's just see which queries were invalidated. So in the use chart, let's look at this. So this one is invalidating a wrong query. So that one should actually go now. Which one did I delete? It was test. I want to delete this. Okay, so those are being deleted. So we'll just delete, and I just want now to delete and remain with 1. Okay, and in theory I want to push this. I want to push this to production. Like I want to push this online and see actually. So I will just first leave that like that. Let's go ahead and run a build. I don't know if we're going to run into errors. So on the web, I'm going to stop this and run a build. pnpm run build. There is a pnpm build like this. It's going to go ahead and run a build. Okay. So in the next episode, I'm just going to come up with a design for the landing page for it, for the e-church. Okay, and then we're just going to be able to use those ones at the home page, and then we'll start working on it. We just implement the login. So in the next episode, we'll have to look at if I can just do this. So in the next episode should look at like login. So this is going to be like subdomain login, subdomain login. We're just also going to set up like subdomain homepage, subdomain homepage, then here subdomain dashboard. Okay, so after setting all these, we start now working on the dashboard. Okay, yeah, so that's what I want to do in that episode that is coming for this. Yeah. Excuse me. Sorry guys. So you can see it just actually built successfully. I'm just going to go ahead and push this. Git commit. Yes, added subdomain creation. Okay, so that is just going. So we need just also to push the API. I just like pushed. We could just like push from outside, which so basically you can push from inside or you push from the outside. So you could just also basically just to do this. Git add, and then you just say git commit -m added creation of subdomain. And then git push. So this one would push to the API. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and see this on Vercel if this works anyways. I'm just going to go to Vercel. I'm just going to click here and look on deployments. So the deployment is actually building. So I'm just going to pause. I will be back when it's done. Okay, so now it deployed. So we need to update. If you look at our environmental variable, we need to be able to update this root, the root domain. So actually, I'm just going to go to the other hosted version. So just need to implement this root domain. So just need to go back. You can see this is already .org is working. So just need to go to settings. Just need to go to domains, not domains, environmental variables. And you need to check here. So far there are 4. Just going to add another one. Next, public root domain. It has to be that. And of course, after changing the environmental variable, you need to go back and redeploy. So you can just go back to deployments and let's go ahead and redeploy this last one. Okay, so I'm just also going to wait so that we're redeploying. Now after changing the, I don't know why we didn't add it before even deploying. Okay, so it has finished. So what I want to go ahead and try this. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and try this. Just going to go ahead and click on churches. Okay, so you can see we have at least one church, and the first impression is that it has kamuriparish.rcchurch.org. So I just want to click on this and verify. And yep, you can see that kamuriparish.rcchurch.org is actually live and clear. So we can just create one for testing, and then I will delete it. Just go here, let's say test, and then just let's say test. Okay, and you can see that we have this, and if I just go here, voila. Oh my god, that's so beautiful. Let me just go ahead and delete this. Okay, yeah, so I'm just going to go ahead in the next episode. Since now we have this fundamentally working, we have a lot that we can work on that is going to be really nice. Okay, so yeah, wait in the next episode. We're just going to look at all these beautiful things. Okay, thank you so much. I will see you in the next episode.